Howdy, howdy, howdy. It is time to do something I haven't done in years. Something that honestly pains me a little. Something that I put a lot of thought and effort and time. Long, too long have I gone with the earthly pleasures of mods in Cities Skylines. And now, today, I must learn to cope. I should also close my door before I start. 1 second. Better. Time to cleanse oneself. Yes, yes. This is a chance to renew, to refresh, to see the world through eyes unlike mine, that of a console player. Alright. So I guess as verification before we start, you're playing on Switch. Haha, I'm not paying this game and all of its content again. Haha, nah. So for verification, in my mods menu, these are the default mods that come with the game. None are enabled. No camera scripts, no styles are built in to the game. So we can enable all these, it's fine. There are no map themes. There are the built-in scenarios. There are no color corrections. There are no assets. Save games, whatever. Maps. These are all the maps that are built into the game. So we can verify, without a shadow of a doubt, that we are playing the pure vanilla game. Alright. Should probably turn on the game so I can actually hear it. How long do we all die from poop water? Time is but an obstacle we put for ourselves, I think. So there are a couple new maps with this update. Asanu Beach, Hanami Bay, no U-Port. So we can take a look and see what we got here. Yeah. What's nice is, once again, because we are running modless, we are in a place where we can kind of pick freely. We won't have the 81 tiles mod. We have to stick to the initial building area that we are given. I would like something with a little bit of every resource, because our resources aren't unlimited anymore. And we have to be careful with pollution, because pollution and industry are back to their base settings, rather than adjusted settings for realism. Same with our population. Same with the way goods move in and out of our city. Have you gotten all the achievements and unique buildings? I actually have not. Mostly because I play with mods too often, because it makes life so much easier. I'm doing alright, Dragon Cat. How you holding up? Thank you for calling me cute. It is appreciated. Vanilla City. We'll go with Asanu Beach. We get the default loading screen. It's time to just do a playthrough of the game. I'm gonna move over to the SimCity playlist, because it's the SimCity music. Like, come on. And we'll get started. Actually, really quick, I'm going to disappear so I can turn on a fan because it's a little hot in here right now. My teleport animation's busted. Stop that! Are you good? There we go. Okay. No, it wasn't Mix It Up being busted. It was a Stream Deck being off phase. Hello, and let's start building a city. So, we do not have the 81 tiles mod. We are limited heavily by the starting city we come with. I can't hit tab to get a better view of things. I just have what I start with. I can see immediately that there is a rail network here. We have a river to do our work with. There is some agricultural zone. And there are some resources out here that we can extract. Aside from that, we don't have much else. A lot of new views, though. A lot of new views. So we're definitely going to be using the resources that we have a lot more. And being a lot more creative when it comes to how we want to work this. What a tiny little road menu. Still, we can be smart about things. Tricks that we've learned with modded, we can bring into this. Specifically, we can do something like that. Reverse the road. We have a very simple way in and out. Improve the size to this. And we have something basic, but it'll work. Alright, I'll take water. How do I spoil cities? Oh. Don't worry about it. A very good wind coverage here. Unfortunately, we were not lucky enough to get that perfectly in there, but this will be good. We do not have anarchy, so we can't just place things willy-nilly and fix it. We don't have move it. We have suffering. What we do have is the ability to toggle zoning now. So I can turn off zoning on roads that shouldn't get zoning, which is nice. Drag this along the main road, and if I'm going to once again keep somewhat consistent builds, put the water pipe under here, and build it out to there. And this can basically get dragged along the main street. It's going to burn down buildings and make me drink poop water. I wouldn't call them very hotty at that point, though. So this is vanilla game. This is gonna be interesting. Because we have to rely on vanilla mechanics and our understanding of them. The best ability we have. Control Z doesn't do anything. We don't get our money back from doing that, what we just did. We just have to play a smart game. And we can do that. We can do that. We know early industry is probably going to be out here. We're going to give it just an easy way in and out. I'm not going to have it be directly road facing for a couple exits. We're just going to sit here and work. Going to make some homes. Keep it simple. Keep it concise. Keep it smart. Keep an eye on our money. I want to keep $10,000 to survive any immediate debts that we get. from the start of the game. Got 30k. We should be good for a little bit. I'm gonna pull water down these main roads, like I always do. Nothing crazy. Why am I gulping? Like I'm nervous about this build. It shouldn't be anything to be nervous about. There's less mechanics in my way. There are less things that can go awry or be weird. Or be, well, that's not supposed to work like that. Okay. Very simple town. We could expand this even more. I don't have the eye dropper, so I can't just get more town. Ah! Okay. How many dots says this out? This is precision engineering. I don't get to see how many dots. I have to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that 12? That's 11. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 9, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 36. Okay. Relatively equal in spacing. Everything's watered. Power-wise, we may run into some early electrical issues. I'll put this down here. I'll put this here. And we'll let her run. $10,000 should float us through the initial setup of the town. Should be fine past that point. Ooh, it's doing the backwards month, day, year thing. 1 second. Oh my god, this menu is so empty! Oh my god, this menu is so empty! Can I change the way date format's displayed? My mods changed the way date format was displayed? Ah! I'm actually going to go insane. Never mind. This is literally torture. Alright, we've got industry, we'll rebalance, everything should kind of figure itself out, and we've got some hallmarks our city will need to pass through. We've got money to float on while the Sims move in. We basically just wait for them to come from outside the city. How heavily modded was your game before this? Hi Tara, welcome to the stream. If I load a game, I think it said I had about 2,300 custom assets and about 100 gameplay modifications. So very modded. I've seen worse, but I'm pretty high up there. Alright, so right now the main demand is just a lot of industry. But these buildings are not full, so this demand down here is actually pretty false. We'll wait for things to actually balance themselves out. Little hamlet. So we've got demands for medical and whatnot. I am going to, as I always do, spend early money to put a recycling center down and never worry about landfills. This is going to be expensive. It's going to suck. Our budget's going to be upset, but we'll be fine in the long run. Alright, next is a medical clinic. We'll just pop one here. Our weekly income is probably not going to be too happy. Yeah, she's spiking downward pretty quick. Yeah, as garbage goes up, this is going to be painful. But something we can do is we can reduce our water, get some income back. Never mind, we are not in a spot to do that. There's no way we're using... Out of the capacity we have, I guess I can't fully dunk it. What if I do 80? Alright, we're more than fine at 80. What if I do 65? Still fine. So then at 50, why was it not fine? Yeah, we produced 20, but like we're still fine number-wise. Why was that such an offensive pull? I guess. We're losing on power too, so we're gonna have to refund that to get that going. Gives us our power back. We're gonna just continue to let our demand settle. And this should, once we get a school down, increase our density. We can also bump our taxes to our standard 11%. So nobody gets upset at 11%. 12% is when people get mad. It gets us a little bonus income. On that radioactive ground. There it is. We modded that out. Now she's back. I hate that. I hate the ground. I hate the purple aura. That was the first mod I ever got. Remove industrial slime on the ground. I tell you what. Okay. Cut money for fire, police, and high school. I don't want any of those right now. Actually, I do want a fire department. Fire department's going to be important. Doesn't matter. School would be the next thing on the chopping block of importance. And then police is last. So we definitely hit our elementary capacity pretty easily, which is nice. Already with a high-capacity elementary school? It's a bit weird that you gave it to us this early. Our citizens are also pretty safe on their own, so there isn't a lot we need to do there. Right now we're just letting things balance out. Still making a hefty profit. What are we doing water usage-wise? Could bump this up to 60. Gives us leeway. We'll basically use wind until we can start using sea power, wind turbines. We already make enough pollution through other means. I'd rather try to keep it minimized on our primary fronts. There is demand for commercial spaces. Put you there. Let that settle itself down. We're still waiting for the police. But we should be good for demand for a little bit. Probably wants a little bit more water. Been a while since I watched one of your streams. How have you been? I've been doing alright. How you been holding up, Martin? Good ghost friend. Okay, so for plans for the future, we have the ability to make areas, but we can't do anything specifically soon. We can at least hit some farming industry in the near future, which any industry that we do past this point, I think is going to be what we do out here. I'm going to focus on the farms because we have tons of lovely access to it. And we can also just chill when it comes to other buildings. I heard my work phone just make a noise. I'm on call this weekend, but... Oh, good. It's somebody texting me about a special offer. Something I am going to do is, this is a new part of the DLC that we just got. It's called an Industrial Revolution space. It's basically, industry here, I'm going to basically redo all of it, and it's going to be upset at me for a moment, but I'd rather hit it off early, and then later. But we're going to hit this with a theme. Industrial Evolution. And this... it's going to cause all these buildings to disappear, because now this actually properly works when it comes to rebuilding the spaces. And Tier 1 buildings will instead start to look like this, where they look like classical industrial buildings. Alright, now we have a police officer. We can actually settle that demand. What this should also do is when this space levels up, these buildings should change appearance to slowly more contemporary and modern buildings, which is pretty neat. Power-wise, we're doing alright. Industrial demand was incredibly low, so this should populate and grow naturally, or at least a lot more naturally. I can smell the industry from here. Or the neighbor is cooking something. I mean, that smells pretty good too. Actually, you know what? Refund me. I'm still going to do my average beautification stuff here. I don't think I won't. It's nice I can do that now in the vanilla game. So at least one modded feature is in vanilla game now. Down here, let me move. Down here at the bottom, I can set zoning on roads now. This is great. It's built in. So I can manually adjust. Actually, wait a minute. Better if I'm over here, wouldn't it be? Because there's no mods that live over here, so I can just be like here on top of my phone. Look at that. Though I always have my stream built so that I'm in the bottom left, so if anyone subs, the puffins are going to fall on the wrong spot. Back over here. Alright. I'll just walk my way over, you know. Skylines, but bare bones. Yep. Alright, so right now there is an employment crisis. Yay! Let's get some employment. No! Alright, people move in. So, I'm always interested in hearing how certain people, come to the Pokemon that they enjoy and, like, choose that as their Sona. Like, I have my story with Abra, obviously, and, you know, it's a nice story and all, but I'm curious how other people, you know, got to their Pokemon and how it holds a, you know, a close tie to them and whatnot. I don't know if people are willing to talk about that, because it can be a bit of a private matter, why a Pokemon means a lot to them. But I'm interested to hear it if you guys have those stories. I like hearing those stories. Learning those things. Alright, we're going to have a lot of water demand coming up super quick, so I'm going to put this back up to 80%. I think that'll be where we sit. And we've got the point for parks. I like Lampet because I like object shows, and Lampet is my favorite object mon. Aw, that's cute. Wow, you have already filled up on garbage. These things produce a hell of a lot of trash. I'm not a Pokemon VTuber, but my favorite is Lugia, because my first Pokemon game was Soul Silver, and I sort of loved how you could have Pokemon following you and reacting to stuff around them and affecting them. And Lugia was sort of like the face of the game. It makes sense. Smeargle is Smeargle, therefore Smeargle. Sometimes that's all it takes for a Pokemon to be your favorite, is it's just something you love. Plus, it kind of carried through the game. Yeah, that's understandable. Okay, let's put it back on speed 3. Let things adjust. We have a lot of services we need to fill in. People want parks. We'll put parks in. I just want a little more headroom when it comes to electrical. So, gives me a little more space. We can put a couple parks in. I went with Cold Lava because I started to suffer extreme character bleed while playing one of the PMD tabletop games. Really felt like I could be one. Aww. To be fair, I mean, you know, a good character is relatable. And for it to be relatable on that deep of a level, that you could really be that, it just means that you put your everything into that character in multiple ways. I think it's a good sign. You literally put your heart and soul into it. Which is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Alright, that should get everybody's land value nice and happy. Which means buildings should naturally just sort of upgrade to the next tier. Problem is we're still having issues keeping up with the garbage. Healthcare is fine, nobody cares about healthcare. Fire department would be good to have. So, probably going to be the next building. And it's going to offset demand over here. And while the hazard's still high, it should be fine. Makari was the first one to pop out at me and like, hey, this thing is cool. And it has a lot of the same mindsets I would have. Then I got Shiny Rilu and I was like, yep, this is my destiny. Aww. Very cute. I mean, I've told the story of why I have such a close affinity with Abra many times. But yeah, no, it's very similar to Artemis's story, where the Pokemon Abra and I connected in a way when I was in school. So it was one of those things where I didn't have friends or anything like that while I was in school doing my tenure. I didn't have anyone to rely on, and so I clung to the Pokemon franchise. And when it was all said and done, the Pokemon Abra was the one I clung the closest to because Abra and I had a lot of similarities. I didn't like fighting. Abra is one of the few Pokemon that does not engage you in combat. It would rather run. It does not want to be there. It wants to not be in a fight. It wants to probably leave and just go home. Because teleport always takes you to the last place that you visited that is a center or your house. So, like, it's instinctive for Abras to just be like, I don't want to be here. I'm going home later. Another close one to me would be Snivy and its Evos. The reason is basic, though. Just being like, I like snakes. I mean, honestly, that's fine. Just be liking the Pokemon for its design and, you know, being like, I like snakes. That is more than enough. That is perfectly fine. Snack appreciation is always good. Okay, so some of these warehouses should be starting to upgrade to level 2s soon. Just trying to think of, like... Yeah, we've got a lot of level 2 workers that are going to be coming through the pipeline, so they're going to employ overeducated workers soon. Ball pythons have cute, lovely faces. They are cute little friends. They're very boopable snoots. Very good snoots. Very boopable. Another favorite of mine is Goomy. Small slime blob. I mean, the Goomy line is fantastic. I'm glad they got representation in Hisui. One day we'll get the physical glass cannon Abra. One day. Right now, there is an employment issue, not enough educated workers. Okay. Main issue that comes with that is, you know, actually getting a high school. Let's see if there's a community high school that works. Historical library. I mean, a library would work for this. Creative arts school would work too. A library would be a much slower trickle of students. Goodyear line is pretty great. I mean, since Dragon in my name, but I didn't really get to play any of the games that line is from until I was an adult, so there isn't really as much of a personal reason for me as it was to others. So Smeargle made sense to me because it has slight gremlin energy, has green, is dog, and has artistic stuff. While appearing bland or innocuous, fits me to a T. Hey! Once again, that's like a big reason why Abra like was so magnetic to me as a kid, was like it, you know, worked on a me level. It fit me. Alright. Businesses are having problems staying afloat because they need more educated workers. We have a high school here. It should start pumping out high school educated kids. It's gonna take a little bit. What I do want to do is, even if I don't have all the baseball parks, I don't have all the sports that I had before, I don't got none of the stuff that I had, I'm still going to give the high school some sort of sports complex. The kids gotta. There are some sporting areas here, built into the vanilla game. There's huge demand for industrial spaces. That's fine, because we're going to be moving our industry to a more farm-based industry. Farmville. Boomtown. We have the ability to make highways. We have some alternative means to making energy. We have some disaster recovery. We have wind turbines, but we also have cemeteries. So we now need to bury the dead. Unfortunately. That means I can get rid of these wind turbines and convert to something a little bit better. One of these should basically replace 2 turbines. If I go fast enough, I can get a refund on some of these, but might be a bit too late now. Yeah, but that was the only really a change 4 or 5 years back. Before then, competitive Pokemon was more geared towards trolling. Got excited for doing mono formats. Ah, so you would rock a mono normal type and have fun with that. That sounds fun. We have a farm. They make a potato. That's it. Just a single potato. I appreciate you, potatoes. Go, potato! Now we can make 2 potatoes. Very important. So what was the Mon before Smeargle? Well, I know you played a lot of World of Warcraft. And your name is Fellfire, which comes from demonic stuff. So why is Houndoom coming to mind? I guess because demonic and dog. So it kind of fits with like the Fellfire thing. And like the Fell demon energy. Why does Houndoom feel like the right answer? It's not a bad answer, but no. I don't have anything on my brain right now, so I can't think of anything. Kind of just focusing on farm stuff. Delphox or Ninetales? Delphox or Ninetales seems... I wouldn't say... It doesn't seem right for Fel. Like, I know Fel... Mentioned it a minute ago with the normal typing. Normal Pokemon. What would be a good normal Pokemon for Fel that's not Smeargle? I mean, if you're going to be doing troll stuff, if I remember correctly, you did some weird troll builds. What typing is Shuckle? Bug Rock. Okay. Puchiena line is... Why am I keep thinking dog, but... Like, it's not limited to dog. It's a normal Pokemon, and there's only one normal dog. It's the Smeargle line. I can't bring anything to mind right now. I think normal Pokemon, and my brain is just locked to Gen 1, but I think it's a Gen 3. Either that or Gen 4. Chatot? Is Chatot normal flying? That or Wigglytuff. Like, its typing is still normal, right? It hasn't changed from being a normal Pokemon in recent years. Want more of a hint. Yeah, go for it. I'm trying to, like, think city skylines right now, so my brain's not 100% on. Having some foods, haven't eaten now? Yeah, go get food. Stop watching me and go eat. Jeez Louise, hun. Please. What the heck? Eat food. Alright, we don't want everyone graduating because we need some overly educated people to backfill some of these positions. Triple Evo line and existed before fairies. So that gives up to Gen 1 to thrive and has a 3-part Evo line. Could it be Puff? It could be Puff. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen you play Melee, though, so I don't know if I could say with full confidence it's Puff. Like, I know that's like... Yeah. But it's unorthodox. A 3-part normal line. And you explicitly said normal, so I'm not going to try to think about normal flyers. And there are other normal Pokemon that are just, you know, a normal Pokemon for the area. Dunsparce doesn't count for this, though I think Dunsparce is ground. It's like the weirdest normal type that exists. Porygon? Porygon would be a good idea, yeah. It was Pori2. Ah. Pori2 is a good Pokemon. Stallboy. Evo Light made it a monster. I mean... yeah. Stallmons are dangerous. Very dangerous. Recover, Thunder Wave, super effective hits. Damn. True. Because Evo Light gives it a +2 on defense and special defense, right? So that ups it by 50% negation. If I remember my math from those days correctly. Something like that. I think they changed the values at some point. It was enough to make people groan. Yeah. All competitive is weird and broken, but fun. Kind of the joy of it, you know? You had the Blissyon back for special walling. Wow, you really were a monster. You're literally there to make people's lives miserable. Yeah, any of y'all know about Pokemon Fusion? Oh, don't worry. I've got the files here. I need to update it again. But if I go to my requests folder, oh, that's Cart. That's Infinite Fusion. But this is Infinite Fusion 111. I think they're on like 1, 2, 3 at this point. So I need to update again. Right now, we're just kind of letting the town equalize. Buildings are leveling up, and people are educating. We're just letting the city normalize out. There was a time in my Pokemon League thing in forums where I went undefeated for 4 months straight. You actually are a monster. Positive. Positively calling you a monster. Not negative. Monster. Positive. Some people tried hard to counter me. God. You know that means you're doing what you're doing right. You can download updated sprites automatically in the game. Now that's good. Positive change. There's something unhinged about all the sheep noise. Wah, 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 wah. this point, it's just resource production. All right, cool. Barracks employs 40 people. Definitely helps fill out the employment space. Got a store of flour and a store of animal product. And we should get a bakery somewhere along the end of the production line. Make things a little bit easier. And this takes goods from everybody and merges them down into a luxury product that we can export for money! Yay! Production value! Now make them faster. And then this truck is exporting these luxury goods out into the world. We should also do is put up one of these for commercial goods. Because this will act as a buffer for all of our industry area. So basically what should happen is work trucks come in here, and industry zones can drop off their goods rather than hold their buffer. They can create a buffer here. This will go out to my commercial zones and fill those out. Alright. What we want to do is I would like to expand a little bit more. I want to get to the sea. It's very important we get sea access. But also expanding out to here is good. And expanding out to here is good. If I look at my underground view, ore and oil. Ore and oil, baby. We've got all of our main industries right at hand. Get the ore, get the oil. Trees can live forever, plants can live forever, but we need to get some ore and oil. We have garbage issues. I really don't want to put the garbage plant next to the bakery. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Our garbage trucks are really struggling. Alright, well, we've also hit a population stagnation, but that's fine. just undo that population stagnation. I'm gonna do here. Slope too steep. So the team was Pori 2, Belissi, Ambi Pum for fake out U-turn, Star Raptor for nukes, Meloetta, and sometimes Togekiss or Sableye if rules allowed one Pokemon out of typing. Gen 6, Mega Lopunny existed, so that was a no-brainer. Mega Kenga was too strong and got banned. I remember! Because the kid also had a full turn. So it made things so broken early on. Mega Kenga's child broke the meta. Good kid, good kid. Love that little bastard. Yeah, parental bond was broken, but that was kind of hilarious. I had no complaints. I didn't play meta well enough that I cared. I mean, my meta time was back in late Gen 4, early Gen 5 days. And, like, what I did was barely anything at all. I just was aware of it. I didn't dive in too deep. I didn't get heated arguments on forums with people I barely know. Cemetery usage. We're good here. Good there. Yeah. Power-up punch was a menace. What was the other move that, if it had multi-hit, it was just busted? Trying to think. It was basically the same problem that Mousehold has, wasn't it? Where you gave it Rocky Helmet and you gave it a multi-hit move. So basically the chance that it flinched something out was super high. If I recall that correctly. Dizzy punch, mock punch, yeah. That child was a punching menace. I loved him. What a good kid. What a good kid. I love it when children make people upset. It's funny to me. Alright, we really don't want to expand our school capacity. Named my Kenga Athena. Aw. Can I underpay my high school? I don't want to give my high school money. You're producing goods in a well pace. With a bit of an excess in, goods here. I think we need more flour production. The good thing is, as we expand our farming industry, that kind of cools down the other industries. Because farming industry is our industry. So we just, you know, keep rocking farming and let that do its thing. And that should, in theory, keep things satisfied. We could put a production efficiency building here. And that just adds a ton of employment. Seismic Tots was nuts because Parental Bond made the damage half on most moves, but Seismic was fixed. Yep. So you did 100 damage guaranteed no matter what. Pretty strong. Sucker Punch was also funny. Sucker Punch hits, but only if your opponent is doing an attacking move, correct? So, like, if the opponent's doing setup, it doesn't do anything. If I recall correctly. Yes, but priority and meaty damage. Yep. Yeah, but the inverse of Sucker Punch is you can't keep spamming it over and over again. It needs a cooldown period, right? I mean, you could do that, or you could do, what was the move? Taunt? And just force them to attack. You can spam Sucker Punch? Okay. Alright, so you're producing goods like no one's business. This is pretty full. A lot of our goods are being exported, which just gives us a bulk ton of cash. Our industry is just doing really well right now. Like, we could probably scale back our actual industry sometime soon. Should be nice. It's time to actually upgrade our water. Cool. Healthcare. Our kids are doing okay. Our elderly people suck. Old people are unhappy. Why? They're old. The boost in funding helps settle that, though. Probably don't want to keep this here, actually. Give me back my money. Where am I going to put the old people? Probably out here. Yeah. Fire hazards, a little bit of a problem. We should probably just put something out here. A more central location. Help solidify our fire issue this way. Seems good. This is going to improve our old people care, so that should fix them. There are not many sick kids. Cemetery usage, we have some people there, but not a lot to care about. We have 3 sick people, but that's fine. We don't have a lot of availability in our jails. That should update with a bit more jail cap. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have much in the way of extra capacity for jails. But we have room, so I'm gonna ignore that for now. I don't see it. University, we don't care. Let the kids suffer. Busy town. Cool, we can get all of the neat roads, and with that we also get a bunch of other, like, neat things, like bigger buildings and stuff. Better parks, neat things, fish farms. Neato burrito. Elementary school's getting near capacity, but I'm going to actually not just put them at cap right now. Explicitly for a reason. I don't want elementary school at cap because we need workers that are low education. Like, as brutal as it sounds, we need people who are undereducated to fill the farming positions, because if people get too much of an education, then they don't want to work farming positions. And if our industry is going to live off of farms, we're going to need them to not be educated so they can live off the farms. Or they can work off farms. Thankfully, I still have my magical miracle 1U roads that I can just put wherever and nobody cares. I just, you know, unsnap things. And I could be like, you know, hey, you live on the grid. Oh, anarchy. Anarchy, baby, please. Here we go, that works. Can high school peeps not work the same, not stuff like hydroponics? Unfortunately, I don't have hydroponics that they would work, or fall into the role of. While there is a single role here, well-educated employees can take lower positions, but it's only one tier down. So you can see they're backfilling in for the educated people. But if we have a bunch of highly educated people, then the problem there becomes that they won't work those educated jobs, nor will they work the undereducated jobs. So we're kind of using them to leverage as backfill downward. While there is a need, we have a very slow trickle need. We can't get a lot of educated people too quickly, or we will collapse our farming industry. I can put a couple libraries out. Libraries are a very slow turnover rate, but they will turn people educated. We just don't want them to get too smart too fast. It's brutal and mean, but once again, we are playing the game. Employ overeducated workers is not a mod currently installed. So we can't just be like, a mod fixes this problem. This is vanilla game we are dealing with. Does that not make sense? It doesn't! Welcome to the vanilla game! The vanilla game actively encourages you to keep your citizens' education levels low until your industry can accommodate for those of a higher education status. Because, I don't know, it's just kind of what you have to deal with. It's weird. But, I mean, you can get it, you can get it. If you can get it. We also have $200,000, which, I mean, like, yeah, that's fine. We can do some hardcore expansion right about now. You know what, in fact, we're moving the police over. And I'm expanding our main town road to a 3 wide with trees. This will up the land value of the roads, relatively speaking. But it's also going to help when I do this. Boy, you're not going to be happy with what I'm about to do. Actually, wait a minute. I can be smart about this. Let's try and save some people's houses. We constructed this way. We can do this. Fredo bowl and sandwich hit the spot. When do you go to Panera? Because god damn, I could go for some Panera. A Panera themed. I've never been. Well, I know where to take you on a date. To a corporate sandwich shop owned by a large organization. Heard it's good. It is pricey. It's good. It is pricey. And good is relatively speaking. Not everyone considers it good, but I do. That's everywhere nowadays. Yeah, I know. Once again, this is Starter City too, so eventually all this will get replaced. We'll probably expand, like, out of here. But for starters... yeah, you guys are going to get deleted. I'm not going to be too happy. It's fine. I want to adjust that to be like that. Okay. We have a lot of money to play with. So let's get this city up and running. I hate everything. Do that again. Okay. Crossroad here to kind of shield off this road. Can't do things completely straight. Yeah, okay, good joke. I will give our Thomas an applause. Just contemplating my response. No, you're fine. Whose fox is that? Kuro made that fox for Galactic Elliot. Nice. A very good fox. It is, it is. Alright, we're bulldozing a bunch of people's homes. They'll suffer. But what we are doing is this road cannot have this many access points. That's going to be a logistical nightmare. So we are fixing it. We're going to be upset. It's fine. They can suffer. Okay. A lot of commercial development coming in. But people want it. They want their commercial. I want my Mad TV. Next up, industries. People make poop. It's unfortunate. Stop pooping. Now. Yeah, putting garbage next to the bakery. You can have some weird tasting biscuits for a while. It's fine. Just pretend that you're British and they're supposed to taste this way. We have no services out here. People are going to be upset. I'll put fire down, because fire is probably the most important. Are people gonna die? No. Are people gonna be criminals? Probably, but that's fine. We don't impede that. Be gay, commit crime. Be gay, commit crime. Well, I'm being told, must comply. What crime doth thou commit? Gay! Ah, good crime. Carry on. Do a homosexual. I don't think that string of words implies what you think it implies. I mean, yes, it does imply what you are trying to imply, but also... Shut up. Stop thinking you're smarter than me. How dare you? How dare you have brain cells? They're mine. My precious brain cells. Leave them to me. I need them. I only have so many. Turned into lamb chop a little there. My 2 brain cells work miracles. Damn, I wish mine did. Might have just been lazy. They haven't been doing jack shit. Yeah, your brain cells work. When did that become a thing? How dare you have the working brain? How will we still have commercial demand? We just made a huge swamp of, like, commercial zoning. Excuse? What else do you need? Where? Why? Whatever. Power's good, water's good. Garbage is good. Ah, oh no. Post office mail doesn't get delivered to the farm. Post office doesn't really do much importing. We mainly produce all the goods we need. We're near our employee cap, so we should be at level 5, and then the farm is pretty much done. Well, that was easy. Well, I mean, once again, this is just basic intro city stuff to get us off the ground, and then once we're actually moving, we can do some more. Do I have the ability to make choo-choos yet? No, of course not. That's not until 11,000! Do I have high-capacity buildings? No! My god. He is broken in half. Okay. This is a lovely beach here, though. Like, this is all oceanfront, beachfront prop. Like, this is just, like, a wonderful location. I'm developing the hell out of this. Like, this is gonna be a huge commercial area. Apparently they buffed trolley buses this expansion too, which is nice. Because, regular trams always had it too good. Those damn trams always had it too good. I guess you could say that it's transgender. Ha ha! Okay, just gonna make a giant road from there to here. Very transparent of you. No, stop wiggling! Stop wiggling! There has gotta be a way. I can see the nodes! Let me in. Gotta love vanilla. I know, right? This is the best. I can't stop the roads from wiggling, too. You miserable, harsh mistress. Eh. Question, this is already new. Does your sort of connection with Abra have any sort of effect on what you think of Pokemon down the evolution line? Sorry if the question doesn't make sense. No, it makes sense. Like, if I hold Kadabra and Alakazam close to my heart as much as I do Abra, I will say it sort of definitely falls apart the further away you get from Abra, but I still very much enjoy Kadabra. Still a wonderful Pokemon. Alakazam, its design is kind of eh. Like, if Abra is S tier, Kadabra is A tier, Alakazam's like C tier, and Megazam's like F tier. The hell is this? The hell is this? Explain to me. Is it just, I think that's a fair grading. Is it just the design that makes you dislike them further down the line, or is there something more specific to it? I would say there's more specifics to it than just that. I mean, design-wise, you lose the tail, 2 spoons is kind of weird. Pokedex-wise, I don't like that Alakazam has become so enfeebled by his psychic powers and using them as a crutch that he has to support and move his body with those powers. Hey, Runia. Hi, Kivy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I'm doing this as a challenge to myself, Kivy. I feel like as a Pokemon that has an incredibly high IQ, I understand sacrifices must be made to become the most powerful glass cannon out there. The problem is, I don't like that. As I always say, I don't believe Pokedex entries. I mean, to be fair, true. Pokedex entries are kind of bullshit, because an Alakazam's neurological system can regenerate itself infinitely, which should suggest that, like... I've played with mods before. My last save of 500,000 people had about 2,000 assets and 100 gameplay mods. ruin ya. But I don't like that it kind of pulls Abra away from the original idea of what I had of it, where Abra is a very chill, relaxed, sleepy, non-confrontational Pokemon. It's a Pokemon that simply just wants to not be all about fighting. It wants to just be a peaceful, relaxed, you know... It doesn't want to do the thing that Pokemon do. It goes against the grain. It just wants to find its own happiness. And it'll do that its own way. And it doesn't want some random trainer coming along and catching it. It doesn't want, it doesn't want to get involved in some fights. It has a pretty simple lifestyle. It knows what it's about, and it just lives a happy life. And I feel like it kind of gets away from that idea rather than expanding upon it. Because, like, Pokemon doesn't like playing around, at least in main series games, with the idea that Pokemon might not just not want to be a part of whatever human society is about. Because if there is this whole entire society that you as a sentient species is underneath, and what they do is they go out in the wild, they catch your young, they make them fight and force them to train, and you don't know any context beyond that because you are wild Pokemon. You don't know that they form, deep bonds with these Pokemon. You just know that from your wild Pokemon perspective, there are these humans that go around and just straight up kidnap people and set them on dogfights against one another, including their own kin. Like, a wild Pokemon would be like, we understand why they immediately try to fight you. Because they don't want to be caught. Of course, once that bond is built and, like, there's an understanding of, like, this is us, giving you a taste of civilization and kind of enriching you by giving you, an outlet for these, tendencies, you are, it's like, okay. But you're still just catching wild animals and sicking them on each other. Then I understand, like, further along in Pokemon games, there's a lot more of, it's not that. We are training, growing, and helping these Pokemon mature into what is their fullest potential. But Pokemon don't care about that. They don't seem to really care at all about that. They just want to survive and relax, and you are taking them from that. Whether they get a choice in that or not. Now, of course, the other thing in this is, it's a kid's game. What are you going on about? But, like, it's not just a kid's game. If Pokemon was just a kid's game, then it wouldn't be beating Mickey Mouse's ass in numbers. Let's be real here. If Pokemon wasn't just a game, there wouldn't be hundreds of people, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who closely identify with the series to the point that they have taken on the persona of something from this series. There wouldn't be thousands, if not tens of thousands of people who watch Pokemon content religiously. Just live in a mystery dungeon world. I mean, forced to navigate incomprehensible hallways filled with feral sounds of those who failed to escape. It's not the best alternative, for sure. Peroxide, I wouldn't say that. But, I mean, if you lived in a Pokemon town or village, relatively speaking, you would just have a chill time because you're just keeping your head down that whole time. You're just like, what do you do? I sell berries. I've got a berry farm. I mean, we sell berries. That's what we do. And that's it. I think that works, you know, for a very simple life like that works pretty well. I'm sure that there are, you know, other Pokemon that, you know, also do things. You don't know. They're like farmers in the world of Mystery Dungeon? I would assume. They're probably not, like, super prevalent, but I assume there are. The place that berries grow is the Mystery Dungeon, kind of Apple Forest or whatever it was called. I mean, yeah, so you probably have crews going out and getting wild foraging supplies, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were, you know, farms and whatnot. I mean, you have Pokemon that regularly require milking and things like that. You have Pokemon that naturally grow fruit on their faces. Or are literally made of food. I would assume for a lot of the goods and services and whatnot you find, like, there are probably smarter ways to do things, and society is more advanced than what the games probably put forward for Pokemon Society to exist in the capacity that it does. Because if you didn't have farming in that, then you would be in, like, such a weird place. Like, think about it. What do you think the most advanced society could be without agriculture? Without some comprehension of, hey, if we plant trees or crops here and, you know, tend to them in a big capacity, we can basically have an infinite supply of food. What is the most advanced society that did not come to that conclusion, that discovery, did not get to that end point? Now, of course, a viewpoint like that is very human-centric, because once again, we don't know what, you know, full abilities and capacities of Pokemon have. But it seems like, from my understanding of the games, you know, for a Pokemon to exist for a day, they need at least, like, an apple. So Pokemon do have, like, hunger and whatnot for Mystery Dungeon. We know that Pokemon get hungry, get tired. If they don't get a supply of food regularly, it's not good for them. You know, so Pokemon, if they're all sentient beings, like they are in a Mystery Dungeon universe, have to come to a conclusion, we need food regularly. How do we get that? How do we set up a food supply chain? How do we make sure we don't starve? So, like, I would assume that there is at least some capacity agriculture. I would assume at least in some capacity. It may not be shown on screen because that kind of leans into the whole idea of storytelling of, it's the same reason you don't see bathrooms in PMD. Or if you're watching a movie or a TV show, characters just don't, you know, poop every 3 hours like humans do. I mean, not every 3 hours, but, you know, like, it's not a thing in those fictional universes because it's not necessary to the story. It takes you out of it. It's just this disgusting, like, why? Why are we doing this? There's no point in us doing this thing. In Digimon, it's every 3 minutes. Yes, but Digimon's weird with poop. Look, we have a residential Digimon expert, and we can poke Tier next time Digibunny shows up in stream and talk about Digimon poop. But that's not what we're talking about. Pokemon don't poop. Just please don't don't Google any evidence that says the contrary. Okay, like, some Digimon are poop. Yes, yes, they are. But, like, there's... Please don't. But, like, in a storytelling sense, there's no point in displaying that content, because all it does is deter from the media. So there's no point in displaying Pokemon agriculture, because it's not going to help tell the story. It's not here to be some sort of element. If a character goes to the bathroom in a movie, the reason that they go there isn't just for no reason. There's some story significance as to why they're in the bathroom. Like they come to a realization while looking in the mirror, or, you know, it drives the narrative forward in some way, where they, you know, they do some sort of self-test and find some terrible or great result in the bathroom. Or, you know, they get attacked and they have to do some fight scene on the toilet. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons for that to be a narrative thing, but there isn't a narrative reason for it to be a thing in the sense of the story. You know? What did I come into? We're talking about, like, if in the PMD universe, Pokemon have farms. And I'm making an argument that they do, but the reason it's never shown in game is it serves no narrative purpose. Sort of like how if you're watching any, like, movie or anything, you don't see characters poop, because that serves no narrative purpose. I've only really played Explorers of Time and Sky, which are sort of the same game, so I don't know if there are any farms in any other games. But from what I could tell, their system is basically, hey, we're low on food. Go to X place. There should be food here. Yeah. I mean, the other issue here, though, is we're applying, like, real-world logic to a game series, to a fictional game series, but, like, I mean, we're applying that logic to that game series because we care about that series and want to expand the medium in creative ways that enrich our lives. Because Pokemon Company sure as hell ain't doing it. New PMD game? New PMD game? No new PMD game. Oh yeah. It's the same reason, like, any video game city is only, like, 10 NPCs. Like, Kakariko Village is what, like, 10 houses in Ocarina of Time? But it's confirmed to be, like, a lot bigger of a town. It's just, there is no narrative purpose to making this town huge. The N64 can't support a town that's huge. Don't make the town huge. Gates to Affinity, you could build berry farms. Hey! So we do have a narrative purpose. You can make berry farms to make berries for yourself or your teammates. They've got agriculture! That's a bustling metropolis of 30 people. Yeah. Kakariko is a tiny little town compared to what its actual numbers are. Bike lane! You're in the bike lane! Get out of the bike lane! If you could, please. Bike lane guy is a national hero. And I guess agriculture wouldn't be too hard for some people. Basically be walking sprinklers for crops. Yeah, no, like, you have Pokemon that, one, can do agriculture, basically built into their tool set, but, and like, also their dex entries also suggest heavily that they can work in agricultural background. But, like, also, like, you have such incredibly smart Pokemon. Almost every Pokemon that is civilized in PMD is at human level intellect. So, like, you think they'd be, like, you know, aware of it or able to, you know, use those sort of systems to benefit themselves. And it sounds like they can, which is good. Who wants to go to the milking parlor? Who wants to get milked? Yeah, we're making a hell of a lot of pairs here. Aren't all the Pokemon in PMD, like, somewhat civilized? And, as far as the world is, but, like, the ones that you fight in dungeons are, like, criminals, or did I misunderstand something from the lore of the one game I played? From what I've heard, the lore kind of bounces between just straight up feral or criminals on the run. It depends on what PMD game you're playing. Ones that join your team seem to be intelligent. True. But I mean, like, if they were all criminals, then you wouldn't have Pokemon joining your team. You would be like, bro, you're wanted on 3 counts of murder and you want to join this toddler's, like, exploration team? Excuse? I've been reformed. That's not how this works. You have crimes to pay for. It's dangerous. Go there to hide. That's why not every Pokemon wants to join, only some. True, but I still feel like, you know, just letting criminals hang out on your team seems like a recipe for disaster. I feel like this might have already been, like, part of the lore of one game. Shh, if it is, don't tell me. If Abby's, like, describing the B-plot of a PMD game, not aware that they are, do not inform Abby that she is describing the B-plot of a PMD game. Crack the glass if Abby has figured out the lore of a PMD game without playing it. But, like... logic is weird. Video game logic is weird. When's the PMD lore topic videos? I don't know. You're gonna see my Sona with their arms crossed. Wigglytuff was wrong. Every time I laugh, I look over at the closed captions coming through my screen, and it's just Ugh. It has no idea how to interpret my laugh. It's fine. It's fine. You're just insulting the way I laugh. Caption service. I'm not upset. I'm crying on the inside and outside. Thinks you laugh like a vampire. Minor pedestrian area. We're gonna also, on top of this pedestrian area, make it a specific type of commercial zone. It's for the tourists. We've done no development here, though, so I'm not going to worry about it until I can actually get down here. I'm just pre-marking the land. Okay, so what are we doing here? I am basically just getting things ready for a big a big residential push. Basically make this huge beach area all at once, get a ton of spare money, and just go in, be done with it. Get just all of the beach finished in one swath. Basically just use that to convert this whole area out. Stop this crap. Why? Why do you do this? Ah! There. Okay. It's fine. We are just getting things ready. These are going to basically just civilize. Build out this whole area here. I'm surprised you're going to let me do that intersection. Thanks, video game. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Have I seen Pokemon Wilds? I have seen Pokemon Wilds. I probably should play it. It looks like a really fun game with that lovely Gen 2 aesthetic. I'm gonna scream! bike lane. You're in the bike lane. Get out of the bike lane before I stab you. Found it pretty fun myself. Been trying to make a Pokemon City Island on it myself. See, I love games like that, but man, I just want... I'd be so down for that Pokemon MMO where you've got, like, people who can play as humans, but also people who can play as Pokemon. And, like, the Pokemon have to, like, build basically a PMD society while humans are still playing, like, the standard Pokemon game. And it's just, like, this very interesting, like, Horde versus Alliance PvP kind of, like, clash. I think that could be really interesting where, like, you know, hey, you know, you have to, you know, manage your PMD town or whatever, but you're constantly fighting against, like, waves of children that are trying to, you know, take over what you've got. Almost Clash of Clans style. You know. And, like, the kids are just blissfully unaware of, like, this society that you've built. Didn't think it was that in depth, but there was an MMO like that. A PMD MMO would be good too. But you know that there's going to have to be dedicated RP servers. And those are going to be the servers with the most activity in them. And what happens in those servers, those text logs, are going to need to be scrubbed nightly. Yeah, pretty much fell. I don't do that stuff. At least not in a server that is open. I usually, if I want to engage in thoughts of that nature, as I dance around the words that I'm trying to say in such a fantastic way. I don't know why I said it like that. If I'm interested in imbibing in my carnal need to be an Abra, I will engage in private conversation with those that I trust. And that is the way that I will word it. Well worded. I'll say it like that. Yes. Look, I'm sure that a lot of us in my chat right now, not all of you, you know, people have that sort of, you know, some days you would like to not be yourself, and that's perfectly fine. But sometimes you don't want to be yourself. Do it in a capacity that works for you, but just... I couldn't. Not anymore. Not in a public space, or in a semi-public space where it's like a Discord link hidden in a post that you can only see behind like an 18 plus. Like, I don't have it in me anymore, man. Not... There are so many issues that I have had with that specific set of things. there are so many people that the moment they get a whiff of the kind of person that you are, it becomes incredibly dangerous to continue to be the person that you want to be. I have heard many horror stories about that. There are many people who say that they are one thing, and it turns out that they are not that thing. And it turns out it puts you in a really bad situation because they've straight up lied to you. And I don't want to deal with that anymore. Because I don't want to deal with that anymore. I'm done dealing with that. If I'm going to imbibe on something of that nature, I will do it with somebody who I trust. And somebody who I trust is somebody who I have worked with in a long period of time, so that that mutual trust with them has been deeply and richly earned. And I think that ensures that any experience along those lines is much more valuable. Because you have an understanding of the person on the other side, and it means that you care that much more, and they care that much more. Alright, we have settled the Wild West in this wacky conversation. What was I doing? Trolley buses? I think I'm doing trolley buses. On the topic of where we're on here from here, the humans I had an idea for sort of Pokemon game myself based on the one fan game, The Last Nurse Joy. I have never heard of that game. I'm guessing either you are the last Nurse Joy, or you are working to protect the last Nurse Joy from somebody trying to hurt them. Basically, sort of puzzle game where you gotta diagnose Pokemon who are sick or injured because you don't have one of those automatic healing machines. Oh, that's cute. That's a really neat idea. So basically, like, what's that doctor game? The one that the really good music is from, but you draw pentagrams on people to heal them. Trauma Center, right. So basically like a Trauma Center Pokemon? I like how I, like, know two things about Trauma Center. Great OST, and you draw pentagrams on people to heal them. True. Hi, Frosty. Might be closer to Trauma Team. Pokemon would sort of be like randomly decided to say basically a set, a 5-day campaign. It's like, man, I want to do some stuff. Pokemon each day would be sort of random. Whatever's wrong with them would be randomly generated too. Oh. That'd be an interesting game in the longer term, though. Like, almost like a resource gathering sim. Also, my game sort of soft lock. When you went into one room, it auto-saved. And all the collision in the room broke, making it so you couldn't touch the door and leave again. I saw a Twitter thread about somebody else's game who recently had an issue like that. It was one of those, like, survivor horror games that, you know, are a dime a dozen on Steam. But somebody developed it, and they had an issue in, I think it was Unity, where if you saved at a certain spot before the lighthouse, when you reloaded, collision would just be broken. And it turns out the issue was, for some reason, a torch would be spawning out of bounds and would fall into the infinite void without despawning. And because its, like, values of, like, where it was would just keep increasing to such ludicrous levels, it broke the whole engine in such a fundamental way. So they had to figure out where this item was coming from and delete it. But basically, once they got rid of that, then their game functioned properly when saving at a certain point. Yeah, that basically, like, it underflowed or overflowed the the game's just systems in general, and the game just died. Keep wanting to make games myself, but I can't seem to motivate myself to make them. To learn the stuff to make them. I would say, if you are going to do something along those lines, I know when I started doing my daily art, I knew if I only did it for myself privately, I would never have the motivation to actually see it through, and keep up with it. So I put myself in the position where I wanted to peer pressure myself by putting my art out there in a public sense every day, because I knew that there would be overwhelming pressure of, like, hey, Abby, you missed a day. Hey, Abby, you're slacking. Hey, Abby, get back to, you know, you're falling behind on your ability to do art. So I put my art out there to basically force myself to actually keep up with it. And it's the one New Year's resolution that actually has survived so far, which is pretty nice. It turns out that I can't motivate myself for crap, but the fear of others is a great motivator. Oh yeah, Frosty's done some game dev too. They're wonderful. They've had experience. Not enough buyers for products. Oh, we don't have enough buyers for products. Yeah, shoot. Wait, why aren't you populating this with... no, this factory needs goods. Why aren't you sending goods this way? Why aren't you sending goods to this plant? Your trucks are completely full. There's nowhere for anything to go. I see. So the main issue isn't there's not enough buyers for goods. There's no trucks to transport the services between the two. I see. So goods are basically in gridlock right now because they can't get around. Putting these here are probably only going to make things worse. So let's move you guys out to somewhere else. Yeah, no, that's an issue, is these trucks can't get around, so they're not supplying goods around because they can't do anything. They're either busy or they're SOL. The supply chain is fundamentally broken right now. I see, I see. Okay, your supply trucks are in use and crops are being filtered around. Goods are getting drained out of their locations. I had 2 different games for sort of survival sandbox type games. Thinking about them is sort of a grand idea to start with. Probably way too big for someone like me who isn't even a beginner. Yeah. I would say, yeah, try to see if you can take one of the mechanics of, like, one game and just trying to make something simple out of it. Like, let's say you're trying to make, like, a whole survival game with a whole crafting system and a whole bunch of, like, flourish and whatnot. Well, maybe just make a game about crafting, or just build out the crafting system. Just, you know, be like, oh, hey, you can take these goods and make this sort of good, and, you know, build out an actual system where you have, like, you know, inventory that you can populate from a sandbox pool. You put things in, you get something out. Very simple process, you know? Small steps. And work up to slowly bigger and bigger things. So you've got, like, this inventory system that can take items from an inventory and, you know, that works out. Now you can connect it to, like, a character. That, like, okay, well, now a second page is my character, and I can build out my character, and certain things can only exist in certain slots. You know, like, only helm pieces and things marked with the helm tag and go into the head slot. Things like that. And, like, that's going to take a little bit more. But you've already done some work with inventory stuff from previously. So you can kind of build out at least, like, the basic system of, like, you know, you put in inventories, you know, you put a helm on, and it changes the numbers. The numbers don't have to do anything yet. You know, defense is just a number. So you could just make sure when, you know, item A is in the helm slot, does it make defense go up? Does it change that number? Cool. And now you have a basic character and inventory system. You've got a basic craft system. And they're interlinked because you made it all off of, you know, you're making it in piecemeal and slowly building it up. And then, like, once you actually get into combat, then you can make that defense number, like, be a multiplier on the damage dealt to the user. But, like, yeah. One idea was a 2D sci-fi one where you'd be space travel across planets. Most of the focus would be on being able to sort of, like, make your own species of plant or animal. You could take genes from stuff, even yourself, and modify them. You can make synthetic limbs of creatures and sort of attach them wherever. Or hell, just make a full-on robot. Also stuff making custom weapons by arranging parts in a specific way. I would say if you're going to bake that down into its basic bits, that sounds like a lot of procedurally generated, like, stuff. That's fine. I would say if you're going to build if you're gonna break that down to its basic bits, you would probably want to look into making the basic system of like animal creation. And it's not basic on its surface, but if you can break it down into smaller bits, it might be. Where you say this head always goes at this point of this skeleton and always faces this direction. So you would basically build out a couple different skeletons. So there would probably be a quadruped skeleton, a biped skeleton, a six-legged skeleton, or a fin fish skeleton. And you would just mark, hey, this is where the head is, and this is the direction or orientation the head goes on these. And maybe a scale value as well, because some skeletons might not look good unless the head is bigger or smaller. And then you basically take, like, a bank of, like, 3 sprites. Doesn't have to be much. Of basic heads. A human head, animal head, and a bug head. And you basically just get it so the head sprite sits at where the head is in the orientation, and you can swap between them. And you work a couple pieces at a time. You get an arm piece, or, you know, a leg piece. And sort of build out the system that way. With plants, plants may be more difficult because you're jumping animal kingdoms. Unless you have plants have like a certain head. Hey, friend, welcome to the stream. Should I just say Jacko? Or Jacob? Jacob28. Welcome. We're currently waiting for the game to give me enough money that I can populate this out with parks and services and whatnot, and then we just move in a bunch of people all at once. And probably get rid of this. And really build out our forest area down here. Here with plants is more basic, to be honest. Mostly just this plant produces a sort of crop, and that crop has X or Y chemicals and nutrients in it. I would say, if you're going to look at a system like that, let me find... There's an apiary game that's all about bees on Steam. It was sent to me forever ago. Apico. Yes! Apico is a wonderful example. Because Apico is based off of the Bees mod in Feed the Beast. Like, if you look at any of the UI is literally just the bees from Feed the Beast. Like, this is literally just modded Minecraft. So you could probably take a system like this and use it as sort of like a general idea on how to breed plants to get certain nutritional values. Because every plant would have certain values to it. How healthy is this plant? How prone is this plant to disease or heat or other negative weather effects? Can this plant survive on certain types of soil? And systems like that. Like, hey, you know, these plants work really well on soils and systems that are heavy in sulfur, or these plants work well if you give them a ton of nitrates and they produce a ton of crops, or these plants make a lot of very big pollinator flowers. You do a lot of stuff with that. Mixing 2 plants together and hoping to get stuff that makes it the right way, and more taking the genetic here for a few different things, mixing them together to be exactly how you want. Okay. Then I would say if you're going to be just picking the genes that you want, you could probably do it in more of a way where it's, I mean, you're basically being like you have this magical machine that you're just like, hey, any of these values from this plant, you can copy and paste into the next generation of this plant. Which probably isn't that bad of a system to make out. All things considered, you just have an inventory of plant, and you can basically put that into a machine, and you can take one value from every plant before it's used up, and put that into the sapling of a new plant. Does that make sense? And then, like, later in the game's progression, you would get the ability to save certain values, or at least reuse them a multiple number of times before their data no longer works, and you have to get a fresh sample. Get yourself to learn that kind of stuff? I'm sure the basic systems probably aren't that bad on the surface. It's just a lot of getting the hands dirty, digging into it, and getting into it. I think you can do it, though. I've got confidence in you. Because if you break it down to its basicest bits of just a system of you take basically just a text box and you put something in the left value and you can copy it to something on the right value, and you're basically just moving variables from one asset to another, it's probably not as bad as you think it is. You're just shifting a variable from one asset to another. And that'll probably, like, work pretty well as a base system for a game. Alright, I want about $1 million. Guys, I need you to donate now. Please, don't. If you are... No. Don't. I need $1 million. Just a small... No. I need $1 million in-game. Because that's what I'm going to use to leverage this whole area, build it out, and try to... This is going to huge jump my population, but I'm going to cheat. I don't have high-density residential yet. I don't need high-density residential yet because I have wall-to-wall buildings. And it turns out that wall-to-wall buildings are great medium-density residential that you don't need high-density residential to put down. So... I can probably get 30 to 50k population in this area, just by assigning it as wall-to-wall residential. Which means we have to prepare for 30 to 50k population. This is going to suck. I know I can do it, but this is going to suck. Game Maker is good. You've used it for over 13 years. Game Maker is the MVP. Game Maker's existed forever and has always been there. Look at these parks. Wow. Biggest fear is learning to code. A lot of game dev systems, you don't need to anymore. It's a lot of plug and play, you know, put A into B, and it'll work. There's a lot of really nice ways to go through these systems, and you won't have to worry about them, at least not in such a huge capacity. Why aren't you letting me... Weird. Why is it jumping? I don't know why it jumps like that. I want to move it up to, like, here. If I get rid of these... It's something to do with those roads there. Also, they're not centered. I'm going to cry. Did I unlock high-density residential? The hell? Whatever. Commercial spaces. If you could fill in, that'd be pretty pog. Right about now. And this area is gonna be tourism. But enjoy finding $1 million. Thank you. We'll try. I'm also going to say for office space here, wall to wall. Don't go anything crazy. We're not going to be able to handle any high capacity office space in this space. We'll zone out to here and see what this looks like. Thank you for the follow, friend. It's very appreciated. And let's just see how much that's gonna ruin everything. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. If we're gonna hit this, we're gonna hit this. Let's... cry. What's up, everybody? Welcome to my Let's Cry. Oh, I'm going to ruin my town! Alright, that was wonderful. See you next time. Sorry, I just went brain dead. What did I just do? Right, we're making a hospital. How much capacity is this going to be fine with? We'll stick with the basic and expand later if we need to. I think that'll be a good start, and this will cover much. And I wasn't paying much attention. The right decision while you were here. Just the right decision. Proper idea. Okay. That gets that, and now we are going to need a hell of a lot of capacity. Probably gonna want for every block here, packing boxes and stuff. Oh, you moving? Or are you just packing up and doing a little spring cleaning? Either way, good luck, have fun. Moving landlord is the current price was to replace all the plumbing and electrical stuff. Can't live where it's happening. Oh my god. Alright. Well, I wish you the best. Keep your head up. It ain't easy, but I'm sure if you can keep your head up and, you know, get through it, hopefully you can find somewhere to, set yourself in for a nice long period. We'll be fine? Okay, I didn't know if it was one of those, hey, landlord told me this, I need to move, 2 days ago. He's already drilling holes in the house sort of situations. Ew. Well, we're gonna see how this goes. Okay, I had like a month warning, but I already had most of the stuff packed. So it's only like a day or two of packing. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Sometimes landlords can be a little not cool. This is going to be painful. But this is why we have a massive amount of money for this. Basically just waiting for power to get jumped down the line, and then once it is, then it's good. It's ambitious. It's ambitious. But we'll get there. I'll populate this with power, and basically we wait for the power to jump over. We can probably do is use parks to properly propagate power. It's just waiting for electricity to make the jump over these sections here. Come on, guys. Oh, no. Just waiting for the gaps to be bridged. Come on. And we're making a pretty nice profit. It's actually working out pretty alright. Basically just waiting for development to come in, and then we should be good. Should also, like, hyper accelerate our growth, too. Because we are still making a massive amount of money right now. No idea what that did? It's just, if you see a 69 on screen, that's how you say nice. Fair. Okay, we're gonna create a line here. Just a simple trolley bus line. And that should start to get people propagated downward. And power's already bridged here multiple ways, so we're good. Cool. Alright. This is working. This is working. Everything's good. Ooh, we're chilling. We're vibing. We're relaxed. Everything's going fine. Look at that. Small city. Very nice. We've got trains, which is very important because we need trains. Power-wise, we're good. Water-wise, we're good. Making a lot of poop. Making a lot of poop. We have what we need. That's a train station. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a rail line from over here. And now I start to have fun. Because I have unlocked my Tinker set. And using some creative bits of half-step elevation, we can at least try to make this a bit better. We really haven't been punished right now. We're doing pretty well. We just did a major expansion and no issues so far. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. And using vanilla tools to make parallel trains isn't going to be easy, but we can do it. Like that. Simple. She ain't pretty. That's better. Ain't great, but better. But that'll work. That gets trains in and out of the town. Is what we need. We'll let that run. Oh, gotta mute something. I gotta check it out. Actually, hold up. I gotta listen to something, but you guys can't listen to it. So I'm gonna listen to something. Music will be back in a moment. I just need to listen to something. I'm listening to something. Making sure it works. Just listening to something really quick. Yeah, listening to something. Yeah, Fel. Something you made. Uh-huh. British time is weird. I know there's like no better way to say what that trailer says, but like it just is like British. Damn the British with their time zones. But a very good trailer. Very good trailer. Very happy. It will be information you guys will see at a point in the future. Time do be funny. It do. It do. It do. Not enough customers. You're gonna get there. It's fine. Like a lot of this industry needs to build up. This is linchpinned right now on a lot of other things happening, and there's a lot of demand that needs to fill in. Once again, there is a lot that kind of is gonna need to figure itself out. It's fine. We get this square here. That'll give us a direct access in to this area. We can basically feed this space better. And then I can start to expand outward. I need so many more tiles. Dear God, I need so many more tiles. Also, our tourism industry is probably not too happy right now because we produce a lot of poop. We make a lot of feces. Y'all poop way too much, guys. You really need to stop. Okay. Pooping is not allowed for the next 10 seconds. If you're watching me on the toilet, run. I'm coming. At least polluted water isn't purple anymore. Yeah. There should be significantly less polluted water. It's still polluted, but it's not as polluted. It's polluted. Do I have better... Yeah, I've got Geo and I have Solar. I should probably just move to those. I've got the money. I should. Like what? One Geo plant's gonna basically be my entire system. 80, 240. One Solar's my entire system right now. Yeah, to hell with all of you guys. Goodbye. Okay, cool. That's just steady power right there. That's better energy-wise for us. The second one's a little painful power-wise. I could probably just replace it with a Geo plant. Get the headroom that I want out of it. By just a Geo. Geo. Bug game. Alright, until I can get the ocean manpower. Ocean power is broken. Yeah, the hotels here are probably not doing too hot. Probably because you're not built properly. There's a lot of tourism happening here, and we're just gonna pull that back. Just be like, hello. Hello, Mario. And, actually, you're gonna be leisure. Just rebuild yourself as leisure. Probably better. There are not enough businesses for this. This is fine. There's a heavy industrial demand. We'll get there. I'm not sure if that industrial demand is coming from us or them right now, though. Let's see what our education levels are. We have... A lot of kids going to college. All right. Smarty pantses. You want to get educated? Cool. Go there. There's your business park. Right, we have dead people. I can't put the dead people anywhere. What is our dead people cap? Oh, we're getting there. Alright, how do we keep people immortal? Alright, we're up at 17,000, which is good. And we're about halfway through developing this area. Just large residential area. This is just all that this is just a massive residential zone. Other things we can do while we're here. I want to encourage biking. Services. Get high as balls. Oh, look at that. Being high as balls unlocked a lot of good stuff for us. And then, they were pretty good on that front. Okay, crematorium. We're gonna put a couple of these behind the hospital because we don't need to worry about the graveyard. Dump. Oh, that's the high school. Well, whatever. We'll put them behind the child care place. It's fine. One line, 200 passengers. It's going, it's going. I assume as business redistributes, jobs get in, people educate themselves, it'll get better. You're placing crematoriums behind the childcare building? Look, it was a spot that works. It's like, you know, sometimes you just have to work with what the environment has. Alright, how much sewage does this do? Widge. That works. I am way over cap. Better. Kids gotta learn to respect our elders. Kids gotta learn sometime. Actually, okay. Could you burn human like diapers from like the elder care facility? Like, what are the detrimental health effects to burning used nappies. Like, is poop carcinogenic if burnt? I'm no scientist, but I wouldn't smell good. The diapers themselves are probably pretty bad. True. They would probably overall be not a good thing for your health. Wow, my viewer numbers dropped. I wonder why. Is it this conversation we're having right now? No, it was the conversation we're having before. Okay, we're gonna pull this backwards. Oh. I wonder if there's a way I can pull this through. Hold up. Excuse me. There's a reason I... Oh. Ugh, goodness. Okay, that gets you guys going over here. How do I pull this around? Okay, let's see. I come out to here. And that means I can merge in that way. Oh, rock. Huh. I can't merge you onto the bridge early. Can I? Unless I actually... it ain't great, but it'll work. Yeah, she ain't great. I want to point here, and I want to point here, and I want to bring you properly. Yeah, here. Basically just... I can make my own nodes wherever I want, because I know how this game works. And I have a brain cell most of my time. This will work for 3 lanes of traffic, but anybody coming from over here and wanting to make a... or anybody coming from this way wanting to go off and to the right won't be able to. I might have to do a sacrifice. This ain't great, but it'll work. But I'd rather not improperly merge this in. I'd rather give them an off bridge for them to cross than make this worse. We can cut a lane back here for lane math reasons. It ain't fantastic, but it'll work. Traffic's currently sorting itself out. It's got a bit to backfill from. What is your lane math here? Stop whatever this is. Oh my god, that's why. You're all absolute fools, aren't you? I hate this intersection. Like, I don't want people making lefts here. But it doesn't seem like it's avoidable. Traffic is weird. It doesn't want to properly organize itself here. This is why I like my mods, but we're suffering without them right now. We will suffer. Priority in math. Very potent. Left turn must right and left. Huge demand for office space. Huge demand for office space right now. Massive demand for office space. That's a hell of a no. No. I don't know what you've decided to do there. Don't. Just don't. I don't know if that's wheelchair friendly. It ain't. Okay. Let that develop out, because there's a lot that's gonna develop right there. Realistic population, I miss you! This town would have had so many more people if realistic population was here! This one households how many people? 7 households? An apartment building like this? Or I wouldn't say 7 households only in an apartment like this. 1, 2, 3, 4 per story. Maybe 3 a story, but even then, if it's only like 2 a story... Sorry, the town's very loud. If it was only 2 people a story, like... You'd still have 10 households worth of people. Waste processing complex? It's actually quite simple. We can scale back our recycling trucks a little bit. I only build one fire department? That's a problem. Just a little problem. It's fine. It's fine. The people like it hot. It's fine. 100 criminals and 100 jail cells. Mr. Beast has the best new video idea out there. Oh no. Why am I like this? I put 100 criminals in separate jail cells for 100 days. If they can survive without committing a crime, I'll give them $1,000. Why is my Mr. Beast impression just the guy from Total Drama Island? Hi, Tank. How are you doing? You doing okay, Tank? I'm existing. We're playing Cities Without Mods. So you know it's like a thing. I'm suffering. Is great. Elementary schools and high schools need more people. Fat nap. I forgot it was summer. Is it summer? Is today like the first day of summer? Why are you doing such a thing? I need to see if I can do it. No, but it's a butt temperature-wise. Oh, I didn't know if we hit our first day of summer yet or not. Sometime in June? Okay. Philip Banks will fill our banks with banks. Ah! Referencing a goddamn YouTube poop no one remembers again. Well, that made people happy. Watch this. I'll make them happy too. Oh. Oh. Look at that. We can detect if there's earthquakes. Oh. Alright, cool. That should have just increased everyone's land value by, like, a butt ton. Because having the basics of, like, anything like that increase everybody's happiness. Land value rising, rising, falling, rising. We have so much demand. Excuse? What is left to be demanded? These are just normal office buildings. I guess once they hit level 3, they'll be at, like, maximum happiness. Or happiness explosion. Do I get a stock exchange? Yeah. Boom! Tax bonus. Investment. Everything. But, oh. Alright, well, I mean, like, we've got just all this office space that actually needs to, like, expand. Why aren't you getting bigger? Why aren't you getting huge? Get big! Get massive! I want to see you huge! Are we still leaking shit? No, I cleaned you guys, and you're still making the doo-doo. Maximum level feces control. Alright. Sewage treatment plant. Once they all kick over, they should be happy. I have nowhere for the poop to go. There we go. Cool. That gets me settled for a good while, and this should make it so poop water doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, look at how clean it is on the map that says it's clean. Alright, that is actually clean. Cool. There's no more poop. Ignore the wave of poop that's out here. That's not real. The poop tsunami is not real. Condensation tower. How much does that make? A half of a water. Huh. Okay. Alright, death care. How many dead people do we have? Not enough. The death market's good. Disaster-wise, we're doing pretty strong. People are safe overall. Probably want some fire coverage. Once again, we're just bumping land value so buildings get upgraded and stuff like that, you know? When buildings upgrade, they can squeeze more people in. So, start squeezing them souls nice and tight together. There's a lot of traffic moving back and forth, but it's a lot of business traffic. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a consumer goods facility here. Boy, you make a lot of noise. But this should kind of supplant this whole area with... I have no electricity. There we go, that should fix this area. I forgot this was a pedestrian area. We laid that out forever ago and I completely blanked on it. Being a pet area. There, that fixes things incredibly. Believe it or not, I'm tired. Can you believe it? I'm tired. The only way I know that song is because of the G4 advertisements back in the day. Believe it or not, I'm watching E3. I never thought I'd get in so easily. Okay, a lot of demand for more industrial infrastructure. And by industrial, I'm not talking industry, I'm talking office buildings. Office buildings want to move in so bad. Office buildings can't get enough of this Abra. Click to find out why. I should probably do like a fire detector safety program. Be like, hey, stop being stupid and burning your house down. Buy a fire detector. It detects if your house is on fire. Stop being a dang fool. Just clicked over. I don't know, there's a shortage of employees somehow. Not enough educated workers. I don't know, the university's pumping them out pretty good right about now. You sure about that one? Our educational capacity is... Oh, you've got a lot more educational capacity than I thought you did. Okay. Well, shoot. I mean, once again, we are building a base city. This is basically just a pre-built area that is here to get our town established. We have built this in 3 hours, which I feel like is pretty good timing-wise. Where's all of our waste? Not being managed. Are you managing our waste? No? Then you need to be... you need to have something done with you. Is it this that you need? There we go. It just gets us a little more cap. Meowdy, how you doing, Sylvia? Congrats on your clear. We got the weapon last night, so we might do Unreal sometime soon. Just kind of play around with that until Savage drops next week. We'll see. Abandon. What for? Not enough of smart people. You'll get there. Cool egg will get us there. Citizens are sick. Produce noises that produce buildings. Or that produce noise. I mean, we can only do so much. Wow, this line is putting in work. Need Scholar Whip 2, and then I'll be Savage ready for both healer types. I prefer White Mage. Understandable. Points. Mage. Yeah, Scholars does require a lot more brain power. White Mage is just Blood Lily! I think if I can get these office buildings to level 3, they'll be better. Or I could put down a financial office and build around the stock exchange like a monster. That's fun. Let's be a monster. There's nothing out here. These stops are meaningless. Don't worry about it. Basically just prep work for later. Okay, you're big. You're huge. There is no way this building has 18 people working in it. Okay, there is problem with getting garbage out of this area. It takes forever for trucks to get here. By the time they get here, they're probably filled with garbage. Yum yum, my belly's full of delicious garbage. I went to Taco Bell today. No, I did not. I wish I did. Actually, no, I went to Sheetz. I got a big old burrito. I'm good. It's like I was gonna buy one meal today, and that's it. I've got a corn dog. It's sitting in the fridge that I still need to eat from yesterday. I am more than good on food. Ba, 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 da, do, do. Okay. So this should continue to develop out and make buildings and all that crud. I'm wondering, what do you covered by more services to be allowed to be upgraded? What do you mean by that? You have police, you have fire, you have disaster, you have health. Actually, no, you have no health. Okay. You want to go to health. Da 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 do. That was what was holding this area back, was a demand for hell. How's Modless been going? Save me! It's been alright. Don't listen to their lies! She's lying to you! It's torture! It's been pretty good, though. It's not as bad as it sounds. It's honestly, a lot of it is just creature comforts. I miss all of them! I can't do anything without it feeling wrong! But overall, it's not been bad. And it'll get there. A lot of it is just making what we have work, and if y'all could upgrade to level 3... Oh, yes! Give me the level 3 law firms. Give me them level 3 buildings. More capacity. More capacity. Not enough educated workers. What do you mean not enough educated workers? We have employment issues. What are you saying? There's not enough educated workers. We have educated workers. What do you want more, like, do you want more simple services? I can make big ol' farms. Old McDonald's fucking pissed. E-I-E-I-O. Why? Why are you weird? A hell of a lot of pig. Okay. There's a lot of business that goes through these side streets. Well, at least traffic's been, like, distributed. We still have, like, more milestones to unlock. We can at least start to unlock, like, our resources out here. It's a whole bunch of woods and oil and... shoot. There's so much industrial demand, but, like, yet it doesn't have a space for it. I only have 3 more tiles worth of space? Oh my god, I only get 3 more tiles. Wait, I only get 2 more tiles. Ha! What? No, I can't do that. I'm already using up a lot of my space. Like, yeah, there are issues. People are, like, sick from the noise, but whatever, like, they can suffer. Like, there isn't much I can do. You're living in a very crowded area. But, like, I haven't even built anything on this side yet! What? Like, I've only been... I started this save at the beginning of the stream today. And, I only get 2 more tiles of space? I don't think this will be a series. I think this will be a one-stream thing. Huh. I think I've come to a realization. I think I've come to a realization about this game. I don't know if what I'm about to say is right. But I don't think I respect this game without mods as much as I do with mods. Does that make sense? Like, I'm currently going through the motions. And I'm not giving the game the time of day that I normally would with a lot of the mods that I have to do all the precise things that I like doing and knowing all the numbers that I can know and all of that stuff. But, like, without any of that, and it's just the base vanilla game, I just don't care. I just don't care. I don't care about the city. I have no heart in it. Vanilla City is a whatever town. I can't control the citizens from doing weird crap like this. The stupid bastards. I can't make better intersections. I can't do much of anything here. I feel so limited with the palette through... Thank you for the pets. I feel limited through which the palette of which I can paint this city. And instead of being inspired by the limits of what I can create, I just feel disgusted because I have so much more of a ceiling in front of me that I know is there, but I can't get to it. You know? And it really hit me when I learned that the last of my buildable area is going to be limited to 2 more tiles out of this whole thing. I understand the limit in the base game, but... Okay. Let's take a look at what my computer is up to right now when it comes to, like, performance. CPU's at 40%. Why? Let's look at our details. Cities is taking up 10%. For reference, VTube Studio and OBS are taking about half of that. Half of this city's game right now, the resources to make a city of 50k people run, half of that is currently making my VTuber do this and broadcasting my stream. And I don't know if that's a credit to the optimization of this game or a discredit to the VTube Studio and OBS or what, but it's like I can push this thing so much harder, but I know that the game is still limiting me in ways that it shouldn't have to and doesn't need to. I'm not being pushed in a graphic sense. All my settings are maxed out. High, very high, enabled, very far. I don't care about color correction. I don't have depth of field on. I can't make my resolution any bigger. And my monitor's frame rate is locked because the manufacturer only let it go up to 75 because they're cowards. But it's like, it's not about that. It's like, you heard Starbound, it's one of my favorite games ever. It's so incredibly limited and stuff without modding. But, oh, I have seen Starbound. Mostly through mods on my non-public Twitter, apparently. I haven't seen anything about Starbound in the last 5-8 years, except for mods that keep showing up on my AD Twitter from people that are just like, wow, this is interesting. Feel like I know the post you're talking about. Don't worry about it. Let's move on with the conversation. Those mods, like if you're playing Skyrim or Fallout, those mods. Wonk wonk, nudge nudge, screaming into the ether. Not the kinds of mods I was talking about myself. No, those were the kinds of mods that I kept seeing about those games. Those are the only mods in context of reference that I have for those games right now. Because they're the only mods that show up on my feed. Like the only thing of that game that shows up on my feed at all. The only thing of that game that shows up anywhere anymore. Yeah, I was very happy because, like, I saw a mod and it's like, oh, this mod adds Pokemon. And I'm A voice has been scrambled for the protection of minors listening to the stream. Yeah, and then they... Don't worry about it. It certainly has Pokemon. Yeah, no. They certainly did a thing. It's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the one most of us probably were. I found a Pokemon mod myself, but it just adds plushies. Oh, no, that's cute. No, I found a Pokemon mod that adds other stuff, and everybody keeps talking about it on my other Twitter, and I'm like... Stop! Cease! That's the only reason you guys play this game? Y'all need Jesus-type mods. I wasn't kidding when I mentioned the Deathclaw dating sim mod a while back. It's not dating that you do with the Deathclaw, though. Oh, no. The what? The what? Yeah, somebody modded in, which Fallout is this for? I think New Vegas. Because it's with the Queen Deathclaw in the pit. That's like... oh, God. Oh my God. Yeah. Fantastic. I guess. If that's your thing. God bless you. Look. I'm smiling. Don't worry. I'm smiling, but I can't breathe right now a little bit. I'm giggling. Oh my goodness, there are a lot of mods that do a lot of things and appease a lot of people. Nowadays I'm the most played Starbound because one of the few things I can do with my closest friend, and we enjoy the game together. Now that's lovely. That's why I love Feed the Beast and Factorio Nights. I love Factorio Night. It's an old game at this point, relatively speaking. We've modded it to hell and back with a whole bunch of crap that's so fun, and Factorio Night's just a fantastic time. I can't wait for tomorrow night. I don't know if everyone will be there. I should probably do an @ because it's like one of those like factory. Y'all gonna be here for tomorrow night? But, like, I mean, people have off Monday, so... shouldn't have to worry about people being up too late, but we'll see. Anyway, considering the topic at hand, might as well test if this works as I think it does. Well, congrats. You've taken off my hoodie. You can take off my hoodie, but you'll never take my self-respect. That's already been missing for years. Can't take something that's never been there. It does indeed work as you think it did. Yes, it does. It do. You can just go ooh woo and not care. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you really want to go ooh woo and not care, anybody can, like, no one stops you from ooh wooing. Ooh woo to your heart's content. exactly, ooh. There will just be a $350 fine. Do you think I respect signs? If I don't if I didn't respect my parents' wishes for me to become a functional man, you think I'd respect a sign that tells me I can't woo? Anyway, if you're a first-time viewer, welcome to the stream. Ow! That is due after that convo. I was expecting a hammer, but okay, you can hit me with a metal pipe. Is there just a massive, omnipresent need for more office space? Are you okay, game? I am slowly amassing channel points. Is that a threat? That sounds like a Thank you for your mate. We'll use them for funny things. Good to know. That fills me with determination. As the kids say. That fills me with sour cream and cheddar chips. Oh god, I could go for some Ruffles right now. They've got the riches. Ruffles have riches. Are you good? Are you good? Are you gonna keep developing? Just go, just run. Like, once this figures itself out, then we should hopefully run out of our demand for people to live. To be honest, I completely forgot Abras had shoulder pads, or whatever you call them. Yeah, they're shoulder pads. I'm built for football, but Arceus made me a catcher. I missed the joke. I'm built for football, but Arceus made me a catcher. I'm a bottom. You get it now? Like, I've got the shoulder pads for football. Yeah. Built-in shock absorbers? Is that what you call them now? Okay. Imagine being a bottom. Damn. Couldn't be me! It's not that I didn't understand, it's that I didn't hear. I see. You're not paying attention to me. It's fine. It's not you. It's me. Alright. We have jobs. We have space for people to move the fuck in. Live in my city. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for the RCI chart to figure itself out. It's gonna be great. Put 5 more of these down. Because we don't have enough corpse protection. Not the VA. The VA is cool. Chicken strips. Do they need the money that bad? Didn't you make that joke the last time you were here, friend? That is the joke you made last time you were here. You made that joke yesterday. Some glass telegraph pole insulators a couple weeks ago. Ooh. One fired pizza. How's pizza gonna get a job now? Bird flu. Yeah, they do that. Yeah, caught me, detective. Chef's kiss. Do they really? That's neat. I'm glad you found some neat stuff. I'm glad you're sharing your passion for a neat hobby with us. Abandoned. Because the educated workers are not here. It's fine. You're telling me he gingerbread this man? Yes. The classic apartment complex. It's quite simple, really. The more pompous suaveness you can ingest into it, the better. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. Why are these office buildings so, like, underpopulated? Realistic population, I miss you! I miss my realistic population mod! I'm all out. It's fine. We've all quoted that TF2 video fine. CD 152 by collectors, but it's not the factory known as the Hemingway 42. Oh, they're from the 30s. Damn. Okay, this is my problem with vanilla. You want to see my problem with vanilla? Right here. The tallest damn building in my city. 9 people work in it. How do 9 people work in this entire goddamn office building? Excuse me, video game. No, excuse me, video game. 9 people in this whole building? This whole office complex. It is not Twitter HQ. It's not Twitter HQ. 9 people for this whole building, though. For real. How? How? Is every building like this? All of them are like this? I can't. I can't. I've reached my limit. That is what's broken me. The tallest buildings in the game. 9 people. 9 people in the tallest buildings that these games have. I love you, City Skylines. But goddamn, what? I have such a problem with jobs, and yet the best, densest buildings that there are can fit 9? I'm done. This is a rage. I have rage quit Cities Skylines because I can't take this crap anymore. Vanilla. This was supposed to be like, vanilla is so fun, is so easy, is so great. Anybody can do it. The console versions are I have been stained. I have been ruined. This game is useless without mods. You need so many mods to fix. Colossal Order, if you ever see this, I love you. You made a wonderful product with Cities Skylines 2. Push the boundaries. It's okay. You can give us a city with 500,000 people and we'll make it work. You can give us an intense, hardcore sim. My eyes are twitching a bit because my eyes IRL are twitching a bit. But please, with Cities 2, remove the cuffs. Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic Adventure 2 style. Remove the cuffs. Unlock the limiters. And let us rip this damn thing wide open next time. I love Cities. I love Cities. This stream was me breaking 800 hours of Cities Skylines. There are not many games that reach that number. But please, modern computing has come a long way since this game's release almost a decade ago. I want to build a city with 1 million people in it. And not just 1 million people where it's a number represented. I want 1 million little pedestrians running from home to office, to leisure, to their friend's house. I want the ultimate simulation. I know it might take a while. I know you might need to delay it. Or you may need near infinite manpower. But I know you can do it. Because no one else can. But take what you've learned from the mods of City Skylines. Realistic population. Move it. TMPE. There are so many wonderful mods that expand the game and the simulation in ways that really engage people with my brand of brain. You can leave it simple for the average layman. But please make sure that next time when I get my hands on your city sim and I break it, because there's no way I'm not going to break it wide open and exploit its systems to make massive cities. When I get to that point, please just make sure it can keep up. Because, oh my god, I want it to keep up. I don't want it to chug. I don't want it to skip. I want to run 250,000, 500,000, hell, even 1 million if I can somehow make it work. I want to make Rock Valley 2. For those of you who don't know, Rock Valley was probably my biggest city of 500,000. We took a month to build that, and I'm very proud of it. I will happily re-enable all my mods and bring it back together if I could figure out the reason that it hit its limit when it came to path units, which is one of the problems I have with this game, is there are arbitrary limits on how many things you can have that were set with computers in 2015 in mind, but no longer are there computers from 2015. There are computers that are much more modern that can handle bigger numbers, but they've never updated those. Whatever. It might be an issue with the engine, whatever. Just make sure whatever engine you're building, whatever you're going to next, I need that scale. I need to be able to move the rotation of single trees, and I need to be able to make 500,000 people suffer under a new tax law at a moment's notice. And I need it to run in 60 FPS consistently. Anyway, let's go find another game to play. We've got so many games to play. Cities. I love this game. But it's still a video game. I know. It can only do so much. I know. I think I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Oh, yeah, no, if I load up my Origin account... Do I have Origin on this? Because I think I had Origin. Or it's the Epic launcher now, isn't it? If I go and get Origin, I have SimCity 2013 on it. I played that game on launch, buggy servers and all. I've spent years of my life in SimCity 3K and 4. Played Cities in Motion. I've played Cities XL. Just make sure Cities Skylines 2 is good. I don't care if it gets delayed. I don't care if I'm still playing this in a year. But when that game comes out, it best be ready for people like me. Because it ain't gonna survive long if it ain't. Okay, let's go give a raid to Jiggy. Jiggy is doing their 50-hour, 11-year anniversary stream. We've been raiding a ton of people recently, and Jiggy is doing this fantastic stream. Dang, that sounds like a threat. It's not a threat, because I can't threaten a wonderful organization like Colossal Order, who's given me a decade of wonderful entertainment. But I will say, the city builder community has learned heartbreak before. Their hearts will not bleed if Skylines 2 is bad, because we've suffered through it before. We're not going to suffer again. Okay, yeah, we're going to go watch Jiggy. Jiggy is doing a wonderful 50-hour stream and is on a push to partner. Definitely give them some love, some support, or at least leave them on when you walk away and go get some food with 1% volume. But that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys for coming out and watching. It's always awesome streaming for you all. I'm going to be live tomorrow, probably going to be doing Factorio with friends, because it looks like everyone's going to be good there. Plus, we're going to have Artie, which is going to be fun. But what we're also going to do is probably do some streaming beforehand. Don't know if it's going to be Tears of the Kingdom, or if it's going to be something else. Maybe some shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet. I don't know. But anyway, thank you again for being here. Thank you for being fantastic. I'll see you again next stream. Bye-bye.